Skirt. Yeah. BD for BG4L, nigga. BG4L, nigga, the bubble world. Home gang. We up, nigga, pockets fat than a bitch, like, barely walking this whole nigga.
Big cutter that I bought from my big brother. That can slice a nigga neck just like butter. Pull up on a nigga block burning rubber. And you know we dumping clips, I did not stutter. 40 Glock, 8Ks, cutter cut like switchblades. Spin a band, spin a band, spin a band. 40 Glock, 8Ks, cutter cut like switchblades. Fucking on this baby mama, I know where it's LA. And lately, I've been keeping that pistol off safety. Gotta keep it on me, you know niggas, they be hating. And lately, I've been keeping that pistol off safety. Catch him, I'ma stretch him, I'ma rock about it, baby. Top of the month, my shooter say he need his rent paid. I teach these niggas how to step like I'm they sensei. He drop a diss, I drop a bag, I get the bill paid. Niggas talk like hoes, I give a fuck about what a bitch say. Pull up on the block, bitch, you know it's murder. Little one with the jail, they was hiding like some turtles. Pull up with the chopstick, bitch, you know I drop shit. Put him in a wheelchair, you would think he bankrupt. 40 Glock, 8Ks, cut like switchblades. 40 Glock, 8Ks, cut like switchblades. Fucking on this baby mama, I know where it's LA. And lately, I've been keeping that pistol off safety. Gotta keep it on me, you know niggas, they be hating. And lately, I've been keeping that pistol off safety. Catch him, I'ma stretch him, I'ma rock about it, baby.
Niggas run they mouth, they showing off them in they driveway. Before he switched to going buck, I'm shooting sideways. Cutters on decks since everybody won't be hard now. Pull up broad day and blow a kiss, go talk to God now. Put 60 in the whip and double back to watch the crowd grieve. I watch the Texans pick up shells from the crime scene. I up this bitch in public, you will never see me catching face. 100 meter dash, pull the trigger, watch him relay. I hit the wrong nigga, had to tell Lil when mama stay. Do it, nigga, whatever I catch you, I'ma make you pay. I ain't with no talking, pick your coffin, cause you finna lay. I walk a broad day, a headshot, that holla G-Way.
Lately, I've been keeping that pistol off safety. Gotta keep it on me, you know niggas, they be hating. And lately, I've been keeping that pistol off safety. Catch him, I'ma stretch him, I'ma rock about it, baby. And lately, I've been keeping that pistol off safety. Gotta keep it on me, you know niggas, they be hating. And lately, I've been keeping that pistol off safety. Catch him, I'ma stretch him, I'ma rock about it, baby.
Hard body. Damn, toes.
Big cutter that I bought from my big.
Gang, 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 gang. Do what you do, swag how you swag, move how you move. We ain't on shit if you ain't on shit, but if you on shit, then we on shit. Stick and I move, slide, Bro, put that bitch in rewind, hit him up, then we put that bitch back in drive. Bro, service license, no pause, cause I'm not your slate, no your slime. Young Savage, I'm reppin' the nine. You cannot step with the guys. Try to step your ass in the sky. I like to flex when I'm fried. Try to flex till your ass won't get robbed. Keep a strap, I ain't ready to die. Never like, I'm gonna let that bitch fly. And he talk like that man gonna ride. And I know for a fact that he not. And I know for a fact that he lied. Just know for a fact I'ma slide. Gang, red dot. I hit that hoe in the headlock. I fuck that bitch, make the bed rock. Bitch, I'm big dog, but no sandlot. Bro, shoot when I give him the head nod. Put that little boy to rest like it's bedtime. Hit his foot, let's play ball. Red socks. Sit at home, tell that bitch to kick big rocks. Chose it. High off the gas, I'm still focused.
Bush Brother. Sorry, I'm just
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year. Stole many a man's soul of faith. I was around when Jesus Christ had his moments of doubt and pain. Made damn sure the pilot washed his hands and sealed his face. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name. But what's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Stuck around St. Petersburg when I saw it was a time for a change. Killed the Tsar and to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year. Stole many a man's soul of faith. I was around when Jesus Christ had his moment of doubt and pain. Made damn sure the pilot washed his hands and sealed his face. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name. But what's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Stuck around St. Petersburg when I saw it was a time for a change. Killed the Tsar and his ministers. Anastasia screamed at me. I rode a tank. Held
Oh, what the fuck? All right. Is that working? That's working. Sonny Soprano. What's going on? Not too much, Sonny. And yourself? Oh, yourself. Fucking hear it. One or two left of these cocksuckers. Come here, asshole. Where the fuck did you go? Yeah. All right. Where the fuck's that last one? Fucking hear it. Where are you at, you piece of shit? I've been on a fucking... Dude, you have no idea how many flies. Down to like... So, there's one of you left. Where the fuck are you? So everyone have a good morning. The two people that are lurking. I don't know whether you're lurking because you're obsessively insane. All right, so come on. Almost. Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah. All right. Sorry. Some unfinished business. Oh, yeah, just got to work. Word. Good shit, dude. Good shit. Okay. The fuck's up with this? So if I can get this phone to work. Shit. Oh, that's probably why. So, okay, that's why this phone is fucking. Yeah. All right. I'm like, damn, why the fuck's this phone, you know, untouched and shit? And, yeah, definitely just got my answer. Definitely just got my answer. Trash. Damn, this was a good phone, too. Do I have any memory cards in this? Oh, wait a minute. Did I have fucking another phone just like this? Yeah, hello, Moto. What did I do? This shit's gonna turn on forever now. Pile of new phones. Let's see. $7.15. What can I put on and watch? I'm not so sure. We'll see what the book show it's up to. Shall we? See if we can't fucking step into something interesting. Pleased to meet you. Can you guess my name? Hmm. Oh God. This little fucking. Hmm. Oh, this is fucking hilarious. Ah, yeah, she left. Got tired of all the back and forth and the petty fucking shit talking and just general fucking scumbags. God. Can you hear this or no? Can you hear this interview I'm playing or no? I don't believe you are. You little thing fucking move. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. And I got feedback from people. Uh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, God, this guy's an idiot. All right. Let's see. Beat up and hospitalized. Professional weirdo. Let's see. Let's see. What we got? Hmm. Yeah, you know, she was going through her shit with her husband, and grief and all that. And, you know, I think she just needed something to take her mind off that. And, again, how often you gonna, I don't know, I can't blame anybody for fucking, how often you're gonna hear the same shit over and over and over again. Like I said, man, even I try to fucking. See, yeah, definitely these. Right. Just went to my storage unit yesterday. This fucking pissed. There's mice everywhere. Okay, this is the back of the watch. What was this? Ugh. God damn, dude. My sleep schedule's all fucked up. Fucking moving yesterday and shit. Went to go sit down and I just fell fucking out. I just fell right the fuck out. Let me ask you, obsessive compulsive people that fucking sit here and watch and lurk. You know, does oh Jesus, I can't fucking. Who knows? You people boggle my mind. Be a medical study. Tell me I got that shit. Yo, so my boy fucking put me on to some video with some crazy fucking cartel guy. Or I should say guy fighting the cartels. Yo, he puts all these cartel bosses in dresses after he catches them and makes them do all sorts of gay shit. Shit is fucking crazy. Mm-hmm. So close. God damn it. Who would have thought? I don't know. You guys see the whole thing with the Trump thing with the assassination attempt? Apparently, this guy had him in his sights for like 5, a little bit of time. and they couldn't fire. They had to wait until this dude fired a round. How crazy is that? It's fucking nuts. Whatever. Well, right, dude? That is shit is nuts. 5 fucking. They gotta fucking fire a round first. Whoops. Well, I guess that first round hit, and I mean, fuck, man. Fucking hate mornings. Mm. Oh, Jesus. I see Redzilla's back. Yo, I hate fucking. I really, really, really hate when people put false titles and shit. I really do. Shit is baloney. Let's see. Guy pays the ultimate price playing with a shark. All right, let's see the only one of these guys left. Hold on. One, two. Yo, fucking. I really hate when fucking people put that fucking fight a 75-year-old woman. What the fuck? Let's see. Just another day. Oh shit. New York Crime Spot did a thing on Fat Picciotto. I should go check it out. You already probably did. This is 11,000 views. Good on him, man. That'd be a person I'd like to talk to. Yeah. 1 minute ago, former U.S. sniper made huge announcement. Blah, blah, blah. Shark. World's biggest sharks. What up, another fat bald Italian? Yeah, man, I figured, I'd pop on in the morning. I ended up sleeping all night. Or, I mean, like, not all night. Like, halfway through, I was moving shit out of my storage unit and shit. Fucking unloaded my car. I sat down for like a minute. Next thing I know, I was waking up at like 2, 3 in the morning. I was like, God damn. God damn. So, I figured I'd come on in the morning since I'm up. And, I see. I see. I became them. Oh, ooh, Annie Jacobson. Damn, that's what we're gonna watch. I like Annie Jacobson. Tried to get her on. Tried to get 1 million fucking people on. But, no such luck. One of these days. One of these days. One Ryan. Not Dean. How the fuck did I write Dean? Sean Ryan. Enjoying my last cigarette. All right, where the fuck's Annie Jacobson? Super bad. Perfect crime. Sean Ryan. Huh? Oh, I gotta click on his show. That's probably why. The assassination that changed the world. Where the fuck's Annie Jacobs? There it is. Okay, so there's a bunch of shorts. Let's see. We're about to oversee.
To talk about.
We do. We have no shortage of things to talk about.
Yeah, we could probably go on for days here. But everybody starts off with an introduction. So let me know if I'm missing anything. But Annie Jacobson, American Investigative.
Okay.
Please.
So this is the best example I can think of point of view. When I wrote a book called Operation Paperclip, which is about the Nazi scientists who came to America to build our weapons programs after World War II. So they were former Nazis. And this book published in 2013, 2014, back in a time when a journalist like me could actually appear on Fox News and CNN on the same night. You almost can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Right? They just don't, the royal they don't let you, but you could then. And I would go on to let's just call them the conservative and the liberal, right? So I'd go on to a conservative organization's media program and they would say, "Oh my God, Annie Jacobson, thank you so much for writing Operation Paperclip. I mean, you showed us that these guys were these terrible Nazis. They were odious, very specifically from sources I have worked with who have a different take on that, who see that as part of a strategic deception campaign." Should I give you a little more detail?
Yes, please.
So the first book I wrote, Area 51, is about a CIA base in the middle of the Nevada desert, inside the Nevada test and training range where we set off nuclear weapons. Did you know this?
I did.
Okay. People know that now and it's great. And then that base is inside an even bigger test and training range where pilots fly out of Nellis. But in the 50s, Area 51 was specifically set up by the CIA to develop the U-2 spy plane, which was this high-flying aircraft, 70,000 feet up it flew. I mean, in 1950, that is just nothing short of a miracle. It was out of the range of Russian surface-to-air missiles. For Area 51, I got to interview the guys who built that airplane from scratch, literally. It did not come with a manual. They built it. I interviewed the pilots who flew it over the Soviet Union, flew it over, all kinds of places. And it was so secret that Eisenhower knew about it, the director of the CIA, and the guys at Area 51 working on it. That's it. It was because it needed to be secret, because if the Russians knew about it, they'd shoot it down, which they ended up doing with Gary Powers in 1960. So the CIA knew it was inevitable that it would get shot down, but they were just playing with fire until it did. But the point of all this is when that was flying, it was mistaken for a UFO. Think about something flying 70,000 feet up. People didn't know it. Airplanes fly at 25,000 feet-ish. Imagine you're somebody that looks up, and also the U-2 has these incredibly long wings. So it just looks like a flying cross. And the reflection of it, it looks like a UFO because it's not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, could you even see it 70,000 feet?
You could. And
you could
people
tell
did.
It was a cross?
Well, they didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
But the CIA learned about that, and it was like an oh shit moment. You know, our project's going to become busted open. The public's going to know about it. And people started writing to their congressman. I have seen these letters declassified from the CIA. You know, we're really concerned there's a UFO over their state. And then the CIA decided to use this as part of a strategic deception campaign. Well, let's goose this idea that there are UFOs because it's going to hide its cover for the actual U2. Does that mean that every UFO or every UFO sighting is a U2? Of course not. But when you look at that as a fact, it becomes interesting in the narrative. When the CIA built the follow-on plane, which was called the A-12 Oxcart. So did you ever see any of the X-Men movies?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you know that plane they fly?
I do.
Right, so that's the SR-71.
Okay.
That's the Air Force version of it. It's a two-seater. The CIA precursor plane, which was totally secret, not declassified till, I don't know, 20 years ago. It was a one-seater. It had a CIA pilot in it. They flew it out at Area 51. It went Mach 3 something in 1960. 2,300 miles an hour at 90,000 feet. Okay. In 1960, think of what a refrigerator looked like in 1960. Okay. So this was like technology that no one could even comprehend, and they had to keep it secret. And in my interviews with Colonel Slater, who was in charge of the whole program, he took me through the exact details of like people seeing the plane, even in an commercial airplane. The example he gave me was a group of people I think it was an American Airlines flight, saw the Oxcart as it was coming down from 90,000 feet to try to land at Area 51. And they saw it. And they all thought they saw UFOs. And Slater told me the story and showed me some documentation of the FBI meeting the plane in Los Angeles when it landed, saying like, you did not see a UFO. You must sign this disclosure paper saying you will never share that you saw a UFO. So it built this mystique in, I mean, if the FBI shows up and said, you did not see that UFO.
Who are they doing this to?
The civilians on the American airline. They had them all signed. So the point of this is the CIA would use the sort of mythology of a UFO to help cover the programs that it's trying to hide.
So was the FBI in on it?
The FBI did not know. Good question. The FBI did not know about the A-12 Oxcart. The FBI was told, make all those people sign those non-disclosures and tell them they didn't see a UFO. So then you have all these FBI agents now who are prone to thinking, that was a UFO. Again, does it mean all UFO sightings are the A-12 Oxcart, which doesn't fly anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But if you have that information, I think you can think more on balance. For me. But
yeah, and the deception that the government's capable of.
And does. And also when you're talking about aircraft and airspace, it's very difficult for me to accept that our sacredly guarded airspace is regularly intruded by craft that somebody at the Defense Department doesn't know what it is. I just have trouble believing that, having written the books that I've written about high performance aircraft. But I don't even bother getting into this argument it's not an argument, but this discussion with the people who really believe, that these are UAPs, the new term, which I'm fascinated by.
Have you looked into Skinwalker Ranch at all by chance?
I mean, I've interviewed all the guys who are at Skinwalker. Not all of them, but many of them. This is before, not the current situation, but this is when Bigelow owned it. And the original team that was there that claimed to have seen the portals and the werewolves and by the way, these are PhDs with DARPA contracts telling me all this. It's just hard for my brain to conceptualize that other than their perception, which is what we were talking about at break. Yeah.
Yep. with that being said, now, now they see all these radiation spikes right as these UAPs, UFOs, these phenomenons happen. Have you looked into that at all?
Well, I haven't, because I would say my first thing would be like, who's they and where are these radiation spike documents coming from? So in other words, when I worked with all the Bigelow, the people that were at the Skinwalker Ranch when it was Bigelow, it was always an internal situation, and it was the documents are Bigelow's and you can't look at them because they're in his possession. So it seemed like a closed loop.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to say, and we were talking about this at break, that the analogy that I think of all of this, so that it's clear that I'm not just dismissively self-righteous, which I would never want to be. I'm much more curious than that. But the analogy I used was what I told you about hearing things, right? Like, because I believe this is an issue of perception, what you can see. You think of some people being colorblind. What I see is so different than what they see. Then I think of, as I told you before, like sometimes, you have like, you hear a high pitched frequency, and maybe it's because you were listening to your ear pods too long, or you were, in an airplane. And so you suddenly say to someone, do you hear that? Because it's, you actually hear something.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in your brain? Is that in your perception? Is that in the environment? Perhaps when people see UAPs, they are seeing them and others aren't. For me, that's my current position on how I think about that.
So are you saying it originates in the mind?
I do not have the answer. I'm just curious about what it might be. Because, and I'm also, the reason why it's really interesting is millions of people are interested in this. We talked about this before. Who wants to talk about nuclear holocaust when you can talk about possible aliens among us? Right?
Yeah.
But they don't have to cancel one another out.
It's interesting. It's interesting because now even a lot of what astrophysicists are starting to say that the expansive universe and no matter how far out we look, something will be there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what they're alluding to is that our minds are creating the unseeable universe.
Yeah. You had said when we were discussing earlier, like, is it also have something to do with people's perception of religion or spirituality? And what comes to mind on that is one of my favorite thinkers, Carl Jung. Have you ever read any Jung?
I haven't.
Oh my goodness. He was just, he was so interested in consciousness he's almost
another Italian man.
I don't want to say the inventor, but he did a lot of work on archetypes, what archetypes mean. The wizard, the priest, the king, the queen, the witch, archetypes of humans and symbols. And he wrote all about this. He wrote a book on UFOs, and that UFOs were the product, the modern day UFOs were the product of people's fear of nuclear annihilation. Very interesting book. But Jung and Pauli, a Nobel laureate, I'm forgetting his first name, they were friends, and they would have a lot of discussions about the phenomena of UFOs. And I write about this in my Phenomena book because Pauli had this crazy quality about him that he would go walk into places and somehow
together. So just for the I want to dive into that. And so just for the audience, a war game is basically a made-up scenario, but a realistic scenario that they put, and it kind of shows the probability of what the outcome would look like. And so they do this with a lot of countries do this, and we do this with a multitude of scenarios: cyber attacks, nuclear warfare, and regular warfare. So what did what did the Reagan administration uncover with that war game?
The Proud Prophet. So also they do hundreds of these a year. Like if you read Stratcom, discussions with Congress, as I do, you can interpret how many of these war games are going on.
Well,
Nuclear war games, because Stratcom wouldn't be doing other operations. So they're happening all the time, and they're incredibly classified, meaning they don't get declassified. But this one Proud Prophet 83 nuclear war game got declassified. And I show you in the book, it's literally all blacked out. It's redacted. You've seen documents like that. It's just all black. There's maybe like one word, aftermath, or, buildup, right? Everything else. And so you might say, well, what's the point of releasing this? How can we get any information? It's all redacted. We get the information from a civilian scientist, professor who was on that war game named Paul Bracken. He's a professor at Yale now.
Okay.
And once it was declassified like 10 years ago, it allowed Bracken to speak about it generally. Before that, he couldn't say anything, about, the classification requirements. But then suddenly, because it was declassified, he could speak about it in a general manner. And he wrote in his own book what I just conveyed to you, that no matter how nuclear war, so there was a 2-week-long program, the SecDef, like the highest ranking people in military nuclear command and control, got together and gamed out these different scenarios, according to Professor Bracken. NATO was involved, NATO wasn't involved. Tactical weapons are involved, tactical weapons not involved. China gets involved. And what Bracken said was, no matter how nuclear war begins, it only ends in nuclear Armageddon. And his exact words was that everyone left the war game very depressed. And so I think I pull the veil back on some of this, and it's almost like a little bit of our experience communicate. The nuclear war conundrum is so complex and tightly wound. It began with the generals and the admirals at the Pentagon in the 1950s working from an idea that nuclear war could be fought and won.
I want to see.
Which itself is insane. The original nuclear war plan against the Soviet Union that I write about in the book was going to kill 600 million people.
God damn it.
Wow.
600 million people. How can you have a plan like that and not call it mass extermination? That's how it began. That was a long time ago. The Soviets were the big bad threat. No one's doubting that.
Nuclear war.
It's different.
All right. So
it's a different world that we live in.
That's why.
Why have we not acknowledged that what began as madness will likely end in madness unless all of these issues are addressed?
Money.
You mean there's more money to build more weapons?
I think we're at a new crossroads that's completely different, but maybe has some similarities with AI.
Okay.
Do you?
Keep going. I'm interested what you have to say.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of fear of what AI could develop into, and basically, it gets to the point where it makes humanity completely irrelevant. And so it's a dangerous game we're playing. I don't think anybody really knows the extent of what we might experience if this keeps on, with the brain chips, with everything. And so once it's out of the bag, it's not going back in. And I feel like that's where we're at with
you
AI.
Think all of them
where
are?
we were with nuclear war.
It's the Pandora's box idea.
Yes.
Which kind of begs the question, okay, so how about doing something about it? And I know we all have busy lives, and that is part of the, no one can stop what they're doing and suddenly become an expert on existential threats per se. So we talk about it and we, pontificate what can be done. But we should remember that there are powers that be that are paid to deal with these issues in our own government.
Mm-hmm.
And also the days are over where you could just trust the government to be doing how do I say that?
Yeah,
But
I know where you're going.
like-
We should be able to trust the government to be doing things in our best interest.
Yeah, right. Like if you watch the propaganda films of the 50s having to do with nuclear war, right? I mean, and you see like a housewife with a tiny waist and, curlers, maybe even making pancakes. And then like a siren goes off and then Jimmy, come quick. And they duck and cover and that's going to protect you against a nuclear bomb. And everybody went, okay. I mean, those days are over, but then you kind of, I think the point you're raising is what kind of like version of that are we dealing with today?
I think it's AI. I mean, it's happening right now. Xi Jinping in China says the first country that masters AI will achieve global domination. And so now you have all these people over here that are worried about. I mean, I'm conflicted. What do you do? China's not going to stop.
Right.
They're not going to stop. And so if we stop, then we put ourselves at a disadvantage. But if none of us stop, we put the entire human species at the risk of becoming irrelevant. And does that make sense?
Of course it makes sense. And it's absolutely on point. And, you can also throw into that mix biology because, okay, so here's how I would tie that together, right? Because you have biological warfare threats that become more threatening, more existentially threatening with the introduction of AI. I believe perhaps more so than with the nuclear weapons, right? One of the areas, I'm going to try to hold this thought together, but it ties. So you might say nuclear weapons could, AI could get hold of nuclear weapons. Well, maybe. And this is where I'm either informed or inaccurate. I don't know. Okay. What I do know is that from interviewing people in Cyber Command is that our nuclear weapons are surprisingly analog, meaning they are not digital. Okay. So for example, I learned in reporting the book that our sub-launched ballistic missiles guide to the targets by star sighting, Sean. A little panel opens and they use the stars to guide to the target. There are other systems in place and this stuff is very classified, but what is leading is like this ancient technology that like our hunter-gatherer ancestors used. Okay. So nuclear weapons, because they happened before the advent of the digital age, there has been a concerted effort to make sure they remain analog so that they can't be hacked.
Okay.
Okay. And these are assurances that I have gotten from Cyber Command. You're just taking somebody at their word at that point because the documentation is not declassified.
Mm-hmm.
So hold that thought. Then you have this idea that biological weapons used to exist. We had a program about biological weapons. I wrote about it. We hired the Nazi scientists. They built up our biological warfare program. And we used to have an arsenal. And then Nixon made them illegal. So all of the biological weapons were destroyed. We found out Russia was cheating and rat hole upon rat hole. So biological weapons are no more, which exist sort of, that's the reason that nuclear disarmament people say we don't need a nuclear arsenal to keep us safe, because we were able to say we don't need biological weapons to keep us safe. Biological weapons have become taboo. So the disarmament people will say nuclear weapons should be taboo. Now you take AI, okay? What you're saying, which is really significant to think about, is how does AI fit into the mix? If there is indeed a giant gap on purpose between AI being able to access nuclear weapons because it has grown up with that, that is one lane of security, shall we say. But with the biological issues, that is far more dangerous to my eye because they didn't grow up together. And AI has the capacity to make biological weapons and chemical weapons on paper. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of AI is pulling from information in the public domain. And so far, no student in a basement that we know of has made a nuclear weapon. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
No, it remains this jealously guarded recipe. Pakistan got the bomb because they stole most people get the bomb because they steal it. But biology, we have biological, synthetic biological situations being made by, students in high school because of AI, because what you can program AI, make me a chemical weapon.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is a majorly existential threat. But again, we don't have the language yet, just as laymen or with a little bit of knowledge, to understand what AI is really capable of. And so you're bringing up the question, should we trust the same people that said, like, duck and cover and you'll be safe? That's what you're saying. And that's a very important question.
I would say probably not. We should probably not trust them. I mean, I don't know. Once again, this is like the disarming of the nukes. I mean, what do we do? What is your opinion? What do we do?
About the nukes or about AI?
With AI.
I mean, I always start by looking at the opinions of people I respect.
Mm-hmm.
And then I start to kind of gather more information, like why did they wind up with their opinion? And so one person that comes to mind when I was looking at early AI, because a lot of the early AI comes from DARPA, and DARPA has always had this idea. So also, I think it's important to make a distinction, at least to my eye, between, or I do when I think about it, AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. If your machine learning is making computers a lot smarter, artificial intelligence is actually trying to figure out how to make a machine think. For that, I went to Los Alamos when I was reporting the Pentagon's brain and visited a DARPA scientist who had a grant to try and create, a brain in essence. And he was using the computer that used to have all the nuclear codes on it. It was really interesting. But he explained to me, his name was Dr. Garrett Kenyon. And he gave me this analogy where he said, we're so far out from computers being able to think. And I said, try and just give me an average Jane or Joe way to understand this. And he said, okay, think about this facial recognition software on your iPhone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very basic thing. You and I, that is machine learning. So he said, have your iPhone look at you and then try to have it look at you further away and with a baseball cap or with sunglasses, right? So you're kind of making it harder for the machine to know it's you. Now, this interview we did, by the way, was like 8 years ago, and things have changed a lot in a frightening manner. Then he said to me, the iPhone could definitely not recognize me across a football field, walking with a baseball cap on. He said, my daughter, on the other hand, who was, I think, something like 8 years old at the time, he said, my daughter knows who I am across a football field, walking with a baseball cap.
Good
and
point.
begins running toward me. That is human intelligence.
I mean, do you think? I think we've. I mean, look now. China supposedly has camera systems. I don't know what you'd call them. I guess they wouldn't be facial recognition. They would just be.
They are facial recognition.
Well,
Yes.
I guess what I'm saying is it can pick up how you walk.
Gait recognition.
And so people are putting rocks in their shoes so that they walk different. Did you know?
I did not know the way to spoof that.
They're
Right?
putting rocks in their shoes
Yep.
so that they walk different, so that the technology doesn't pick up how they actually walk.
Yep. And they can now have systems that can read your heartbeat.
I didn't know that.
So this gets into tricky, my opinion on this,
Crazy.
or rather my lots of facts, opinion, gets into a tricky area here because
What up, BK?
I speak often about the military industrial complex, and I want to preface this, what I'm about to say about China and all that, right? Which is not in what might be called a conspiratorial way per se, like the military industrial complex, literally as a fact-based military industrial complex. And it is real. And it is also provides a lot of jobs for a lot of people. I often think about this. So the military industrial complex as a term comes from Eisenhower's farewell speech. Okay. And that's very well known.
Mm-hmm.
But less known is what Eisenhower said as a follow-up to that in that same speech, which is interestingly something I tell my sources as a principal I work from. Would they let me interview them? And most of them say yes on those grounds, which is this, that the way in which America can function as a sort of peaceful nation and a democratic nation and a nation that is strong, that has a strong defense.
I know this is way above.
Is through an alert and knowledgeable citizenry. Which is exactly what we've been talking about this whole time. Which is in a way the question for the original listener asked, right? So what Eisenhower was saying to us is be alert and be knowledgeable. And so I think it's always good to temper that. Like if you say, I'm being alert and I'm being knowledgeable in sort of like a nerdy way, then I can differentiate my pontificating about what does that mean? And I can see my sort of more paranoid brain thinking thing, right? And it just is, it balances things out.
Mm-hmm.
But on the concept of the military industrial complex, specifically in China's surveillance, I want to say this, which is that one way of looking at that, which I would look at, because I've done quite a bit of reporting on it, is that it's that problem of the chicken or egg scenario, that when the United States creates a radical new technology that it's using for its own defense, China follows suit,
Mm-hmm.
Russia follows suit. And nowhere is that more specific and more obvious, if you really think about it, than what the United States did during the war on terror, what the government did during the war on terror. And that is create these biometric surveillance systems, which, to go after bad guys in Iraq, in Afghanistan, fingerprint technology, find the bomber, not the bomb. A great idea. If you're just going to take out, if you're going to go after the bomb, you're just going to think about that's what your teams were doing.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as you can go after the bomber, you're cutting off the head of the snake. But the biometric surveillance system got out of control before you knew it, perhaps because of the military industrial complex. The Pentagon had decided, well, let's just get biometrics on everybody. So it went from, do you know about this? A little bit? I'll keep it short because it can be like too much of a rabbit hole, but it went from finding the fingerprints on the bomber to let's get fingerprints on every single person in Iraq. 85% of the population was the goal. And then they did that in Afghanistan. These are facts.
Mm-hmm.
This is like David Petraeus fact. Okay. And so the idea was we're going to have this colossal database of everybody. which used to be considered an FBI criminal concept.
Mhm.
We're just going to have this on everybody, and then that way we're going to know if you're a bad guy or a good guy.
Right.
And it got totally out of control, and it happened too fast, and there was so much money being made that it just became a deluge of systems. And China copied that. China did not have that system of systems until we introduced it to them. And because China is great at stealing our intellectual property, that is precisely what happened. And then China, because it's a communist country and it does not have any of the same rules to abide by, just went berserk with it and said, we're going to now do, they have a system called physicals for all.
Talk, that it became, I guess, public that, how the CIA interrogated terrorists, and then
Damn it.
did
in
they
regards to like waterboarding.
Yeah, did they actually
that came public knowledge?
Did they actually change it, or they just tell America that they changed it so we could feel better?
Oh, you want me to be the one to answer that?
No comment.
No, he didn't kill it. Probably blame me for being an idiot, but
And which
bourbon or wine, and like everybody like was watching it, like, oh, I would have shot him immediately. He is right when I don't know if you'll be able to tell signs that he's not committed to complying, and essentially, he says, I'm not going to jail tonight. Suicide by cop is an option. So they exhaust everything. The only thing I would have done differently is I would have put probes in his chest really fast. Right when he sometimes looks behind him, I don't know why, or he looks at another cop. Somebody should have had their taser like this. It's not a secret. You have your taser out. It's just like having your gun out. They're in a little dual standoff type thing. As soon as he turns his head to look back, pop him one.
So what up, guys?
That probably would have been the end of it. But this is a classic case of sometimes the taser does not work. So eventually he just turns around and beelines it to that rifle. They tase him.
Yeah.
It is unknown whether the taser was effective and he fell on the rifle, or if he was lunging towards the rifle. That being said, as soon as he fell at that rifle, they opened fire and killed him. So, but
I'm gonna go on a ledge and say it probably wasn't effective because he was spinning right as they shot. I mean, it's hard to say. We'd have to see it in super slow motion, but I don't blame the cops. I'm not sitting around and waiting to see if it worked.
There was one time where when they first started talking to him, he went inside
for free. That ends up costing about $600,000 per unit. May not be the answer to your problems. So I'm pretty sure you can go down Skid Row and see how they take care of themselves now. Something tells me this thing will just be a vertical Skid Row in a matter of years.
Dude, it's like the comments, people were like, only in California will the homeless live better than people that contribute to society.
No kidding. How about that?
I don't know, Brent. It says they've got some reserved for veteran households. So
only
40. Put your reservation down.
People can flame me for this all they want. I don't care.
All right.
There's not a disabled veteran out there worth their weight in anything that.
Maybe it was a monogram, Brent.
It's
a monogram of her son.
A monogram.
It's the
hologram. I believe it's. That's the small portion of it. We'll still call it out when it happens, but we're just inundated by these by stories like this.
He shot her on a traffic stop for an expired tag.
Expired tag. That's right.
Simple thing.
Lost.
Oh, is that the one that got shot in the face in Chicago? Yes. The little. I mean, she was.
It's great to see for the community writ large. So I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, it makes for a busy schedule. That's for sure.
This part is not a bad day.
No, this is fun.
Makes for a long day. After a long day's work, we do this. So our second job starts.
Yeah. Pre podcast is a nightmare. Post podcast and editing is a nightmare, and uploading. But the podcast is the most fun part.
I'll try not to be too taxing.
Don't. But Brent's got me taxed more than anything. We'll edit this out. Stop it. Pause it. We're gonna edit that out. Can we reverse this and put? No, I'm just kidding.
Definitely.
So how do you really before we get into the how do you get into the CIA, because you don't have a military background, correct? You went right into the agency, and we have a lot of people that I think have those questions about how do you even get in the CIA. We'll walk it back a little bit before that. Is growing up, where did you come from a family that was very pro America? Did you have aspirations of joining the military or serving your country? How's family life growing up?
Yeah, absolutely. So my mother, my father was in the picture, but my parents were divorced. So my mom was primarily raising me, and she's the American dream.
So we got this right here, where this guy fucking is going to talk about the CIA and blah, 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 and being in it and blah, blah, blah. Or we have sharks and shark attacks. Up to you, people. You let me know. Let me know in the next, I don't know, 30, 45 seconds what you want or prefer. It's either or. So I'd put the Jeopardy music on right now, be like do 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 do. But you let me know. Okay. A bunch of shy guys.
I mean, she didn't have a college degree, grew up, in a household that would be considered low income financially. And she built her way into a business owner, very successful one. And I saw both ends of that American dream. I saw what comes from hard work and ethic. I saw what the freedoms in our country can allow you to do if you put the work forward. But I also saw when there were periods where the government was infringing on, her efforts to grow her business.
Disagree with
And
you there,
all
man.
of that came into my sense of patriotism and love for this country. And I was in college during 9/11. And like most in our generation, I think we're all the same few years age range. Brent looks a lot older, but I think we're still there within a few years. 9/11 was very impactful to me. And I wasn't I see some kids these days. My nephew was just in town visiting, and at 14 years old, he knows what he wants to do. He's got it mapped out, knows where he wants to go to college to get there. I wasn't one of those kids. I love sports, knew I was never going to play past high school, wanted to go talk about sports for a living. So went to school for that. 9/11 happens. And that's where my real, internal call to service came about initially. I did not have any military influence in my life at the time. So I can't explain why at 19, whatever age, 18, 20, whatever I was, at that
9/11
wasn't the
happened.
path I went down. But I stayed in school,
my boy,
and ended up in grad school, where incidentally one of my professors was a former CIA Cold War air case officer.
Really?
So that really sparked the interest in that organization at the time because of all the coverage of what was happening post 9/11. FBI was obviously, part of our news almost daily. I looked into Secret Service, and honestly, the CIA were the first ones to call.
Did after you joined and served, did you stay in contact with that college professor?
Yeah, he's still a mentor. Now he's a business mentor of mine.
Really?
He's a good friend actually, and he had served. It's interesting because he served during a time when it was the traditional Cold War method of intelligence gathering.
Yep.
And then 9/11 happens, and that the entire vocation gets flipped on its head.
Right. It goes from Cold War to counterterrorism,
Cold War, which is
focused
you
immediately
gotta
and only.
keep up with when the next attack is going to happen.
Yeah.
My first year at Langley, when we go through these orientation rotations to learn different sides of the house, so to speak, of the agency, we had fluent Russian speakers who had only known all about the Baltics and Russia for a decade, that were being flexed to cover Afghanistan, Iraq, Middle East, Al Qaeda, and there you go. So it was an interesting time, and we were still playing from behind at that point.
Let's take a step back real quick, because you kind of perused over how you get hired with the agency.
Yeah, I heard that.
Is there an email, CIA.com that you're like, hey,
CIA.gov, CIA.gov,
.org, it's a nonprofit.
I shit you not. I went on there and I, depending on the age of a listener right now, we had this it was a very nebulous job description. The CIA has 4 directorates, if you want to get into that.
Yeah.
So we've got the directorate of support, which are, on the surface, it's your HR people. But as we know, especially, it's also your logs and comm. So logistics and communication. So very important part of the house. You have your science and technology, which are, for the James Bond fans, they're the Qs of the world that design all the gadgets and the engineers and get to test all the stuff. And they're left to their own device. Nobody messes with them. Hey, we're going to knock on the door to your shop because we know you're working, but I need this pronto. You have the Directorate of Intelligence, and they are they're the more bookish people that are analyzing all of that raw intel that we're sending from the field. And then you have the National Clandestine Service, which for years, and I don't know why they made this rebrand, but it was called the Directorate of Operations. So you can also tell a lot from a CIA officer if they still call it the DO, even all these years later, but it's the NCS. It had just been started. They had just started calling it that when I was getting involved. But to answer your question, so your initial interest at this time, you would go on CIA.gov, some very generic job descriptions from each directorate. And then from there, I want to say there was at most 5-question personal assessment. Hey, are you more basically getting at, are you more extroverted, introverted?
No.
Where are you kind of best suited?
Is it true? And it seems to be that way, because I'm not saying that's the reason you got hired, but that there was a shift and their focus on their hiring. Because I want to say I know, but it's not true. I wasn't around it at that time and don't know that many people. It seems to be, from what I understand, that the CIA used to hire more veteran, more experienced base, and former military people, and they shifted their focus to more of a college graduate.
That was
focus.
recently, right?
Well, my understanding was
it definitely happened during. I say recent. It definitely happened during the GWAT.
Yeah. And I was getting my MBA at the time. I later learned that they really liked, allegedly, what we're taught throughout the course of an MBA program: how to manage, how to delegate, how to think strategically and execute tactically,
right?
From a business standpoint, right? And I later found out I think I was, relatively good at the job when I finally got into my defined role with the agency. But the writing component was very important too. And I think they learned from September 11th the need for some of those skills. And as you guys know, law enforcement and military, you can be an expert at a lot of things. And I've talked to military guys who went, they got out of the military and then they walked into Langley under a contractor role, paramilitary branch with us. And we still train them the way we want them to be trained,
right,
regardless of what skill set you're bringing in. Now, that skill set obviously helps you in that training or in that orientation, but the government, regardless of agency or organization, they each have their own way of doing things. And I've learned that's true even within the intelligence community. We had guys that would leave DIA to come CIA, and they were, in a lot of cases, starting from scratch in their training preparation.
And that's true. And I guess really, specifically, and who I would have worked with more times than not, really would have been the case officers.
Yep.
And I do feel like, yes, they're going to retrain you in the way that they now do business, but there's a lot to be said for the experience.
Absolutely.
That former military people have. And I guess the argument that I've heard is, once you get it, the agencies, definitely more of a long burn, long look. They have patience that the DoD does not have, and I will give them that. And sometimes that's for the better, and sometimes that's for the worse. So we can trade some stories about that.
Sure.
But when you hire someone with military experience, let's say it's 4, 5, 6 years, that's 4 or 5, 6 years you're not going to get out of them.
Yep.
And when you hire someone straight out of college, you get a lot more longevity, which means you have the same person looking at a problem set for longer, the continuity of it. It is important, but the experience at the end of the day, I've seen some non-veteran case officers think they know what they're doing in a foreign country when it's, no veteran would have made that call or seen it through that lens because they lack the experience.
Well, and
I agree
also
with that.
they get to mold you the way they get to start you fresh right when they get you, as opposed to having somebody with 10 years coming out of the special forces community and like, nah, that's not smart. And they're like, well, we want you to do it this way.
Well, let's talk about the cultural difference between those two candidates.
Yep.
And I know I'm generally speaking, but I think we will all agree colleges aren't putting out pro-American, American exceptionalism. This is the greatest country in the world. And then you're going to go work for the government being taught how horrible your government, your country is, as opposed to someone that came from serving their country, probably does, have those standards and those characteristics. And I just think that plays a big part in who you want to be working in the CIA.
Absolutely. And I do not understand anyone that goes into military, CIA, law enforcement as well, that doesn't do it for love of country. And because they want to double down on what makes those organizations great. And they want to try and be different from, the faults in those organizations. And there are many of them. I came in at an interesting time because, to your point about the case officers, a lot of the guys when I came in who were case officers, again, they had been trained under that previous intelligence model.
Right.
So they were in real time. Not only are we having to respond to 9/11, we are having to create and I say we, the agency, I wasn't a part of creating this, but the organization is creating a new breed of case officer under the counterterrorism, designation. So that took a few years to get established and to get figured out. And a lot of mistakes were made along the way that we had to learn from.
And that's true with the military as well, though. And I don't think that's a big secret. And people probably think the CIA is just give them more credit than they should in certain aspects, the same way that the military gets a little more credit than they should in certain aspects. But when the GWAT kicked off, we were still training for the last war.
Right.
I mean, Ranger School is still teaching basically Vietnam, era, tactics, working in the jungle. A lot of our special operations training, our military training was not really looking to the next war. We were still training Cold War, Vietnam tactics, and the military was the same way. We weren't ready necessarily for what we just got into, and it took us a couple years to adapt to that.
JV team for life.
Revenge is an act of passion. Vengeance is an act of justice. Injuries are revenged. Crimes are avenged. Almost a century ago, big pharmaceutical companies re-engineered medical school curriculum and faculty with one goal: putting profit before progress.
A life is that called? It's called the lifestyle.
Lifestyle is all encompassing.
Okay.
So you go through a series of evaluations. The polygraph is one of those.
Lifestyle poly.
Another, lifestyle. Yeah. there is a lifestyle poly at some point in your career. I think it's on the 7-year mark, although there's such a backlog. I never did a second one. Maybe that was a good thing. I don't know. I got out before they called me and said, "Hey, we need to bring you back to the security one."
Effective government.
We can edit that part out, right?
It stays.
Yeah. So anyway, to wrap a bow on how I got involved, and that'll play into the poly. I basically back then you just indicated you were generally interested in a potential career
Apparently,
with the
this
CIA via
captivating
CIA.
interest.
Okay.
And I'm going to say 6 months went by. I didn't hear a thing.
Okay.
And then one day to again, depending on the age of people listening, we had this thing called AOL Instant Messenger. Yeah.
The door closing.
I had that.
And I thought it was the coolest thing at my grad school. You know, we were all, of course, you know, used it to check in on the ladies once in a while. And, you know, that was pre-match.com and all that stuff.
That was the first, I think that was the first platform people had usernames for.
Yeah, we had usernames.
Username.
Yeah, it is sort of getting off slow.
I've been a part of, or not been a part of, seeing ground branch partner forces that number in the hundreds and hundreds in Afghanistan, just a massive force. But it's really, it's tough watching them work because they're really hanging it out there. They don't have the assets that the DOD has. The CIA is not set up to be the DOD. So they don't have CAS stacked up waiting on them. They don't have medevacs that they own, you know, kind of stacked up waiting on them. They have aspects of all that, but at a much, much lower level than the DOD. So I would say, even though they're doing things a lot like Green Berets as far as force multiplication, they're doing it with less, which makes it riskier.
But
they get paid a lot better. So there's that.
Typically, like prior military,
I would say almost 100%, and I say almost 100% because there was one unit that technically, if you tracked it on paper, would fall under ground branch. I almost became a part of, but it was a very isolating. Had I had a little more maturity at 27, 28 when that opportunity came out, I probably would have done it.
Okay.
Just for the experience, but they were pulling guys into that with CIA experience, but not military. But I would say 99% of ground branch. And to add to the complexities and the differences in doing that versus with the military, they're also doing it in a fully covert manner. Meaning if they do get essentially wrapped up on the ground somewhere, they don't have the same back end support, if you will, to come get them as they would, at least in the military.
I'll have to watch that shit and cherry pick the good shit.
Mammals, not humans. The risk remains very low despite a slight increase in reported attacks due to more people swimming. You can safely enjoy interactions with these magnificent creatures by taking proper precautions. The commercial fishing trawler Silver Marlin, which had experienced numerous storms over the years, was battered by the unrelenting waves that crashed against its weather-beaten hull. The year was 2009, and the sky was a foreboding shade of gray, letting loose torrents of rain savagely batter the deck. Grittier than most, having worked these dangerous waters for over 20 years, Mike Sanchez gripped the railing with calloused hands as he navigated the slick surface. His 4-person crew was calling out barely over the howling wind as they hurried to secure the lines and equipment. Mike was unprepared for the abrupt and forceful lurch of the ship, which caused his boots to slip on the wet deck. He fell overboard instantly, the cold water engulfing him like a vice. He was fighting against the churning sea, and the weight of his wet clothes threatened to pull him under. Mike gasped for air as he emerged from the depths, looking around wildly for his ship. However, the storm's wrath had already made the Silver Marlin disappear, causing it to fade on the horizon. With only his life jacket to keep him afloat, he was alone and adrift in the vast Gulf of Mexico. Mike's brain raced with survival scenarios as the adrenaline flooded his veins. He knew well the danger sharks swarmed these waters, and his splashing would surely alert their sensitive eyes. He tried to be as motionless as possible to conserve his energy, and hold out hope that his crew would notice he was missing and come looking for him. As the sun set and an unsettling twilight fell over the churning waters, time seemed to drag on forever. Mike felt the chill of the night air seeping into his bones and his muscles burning with exhaustion. He was about to give up when something brushed against his leg. A light, ominous touch gave him a sudden, intense feeling of terror. He saw a dark, triangular fin slicing through the waves straight toward him in the last of the light. The sight of a bull shark, its icy, lifeless eyes staring at him with a predator's intensity, was so real to him that it made his heart race like a jackhammer. Mike thrashed wildly, kicking and flailing as he desperately tried to stave off the oncoming danger. But like a hunter stalking its prey, the shark was unrelenting in its circle around him. The massive jaws of the creature brutally crushed Mike's left leg as it violently charged forward with an explosive burst of speed. Mike let out a scream of anguish as intense pain shot through his body. With every sharp jerk of its head, the shark's teeth tore through muscle and flesh, tearing his limb apart. More of the ocean's top predators would be drawn in by the warm gush of blood that he could feel seeping into the water. Mike realized he had to act quickly through a fog of shock and pain. His hands trembled as he reached for the knife fastened to his belt, his fingers slick from blood. He stabbed the shark in the eye, causing it to thrash so violently that he almost lost consciousness as the shark briefly relaxed its hold. The relief did not last long. 2 more sharks quickly followed the scent of blood, their sleek bodies gliding gracefully through the water. Mike realized the odds were against him, his strength waning as he was surrounded and wounded. The next few hours blurred into a nightmare frenzy of splattering, growling, and the sickening crunch of teeth on bone. With all his strength, Mike fought off the relentless sharks emerging from the dark depths, slashing and stabbing at them. Each time he repelled one, another's teeth came dangerously close to his face. It was a macabre dance of life and death in the water under the cold stare of the stars. Finally, the sharks retreated. Mike felt his strength failing as the first signs of dawn streaked across the horizon. His left leg hung uselessly at his side, a twisted mess of ripped flesh and exposed bone. And his knife had long since slipped from his grasp and vanished into the churning depths. The distant thrum of an engine sent a ray of hope through his battered body, just as he felt the cold tendrils of unconsciousness creeping in. With all the energy he could muster, he waved his one good arm wildly, his raspy cries barely audible over the roaring waves. The sound intensified much to his relief, and before long, the distinctive outline of a ship emerged on the horizon. After realizing he was missing, the crew of the Silver Marlin turned back to search for him. As the vessel approached, the shark seemed to sense the danger and vanished into the depths, leaving only a red wake behind. Mike's heart raced with adrenaline and relief as he struggled to stay conscious. After what felt like an eternity, he finally felt the firm grip of ropes around his upper body and was pulled onto the ship, his beaten body collapsing in a heap on the deck. The crew scrambled to his side in shock at what they had just witnessed. As the ship's doctor attended to his wounds, Mike recounted the terrifying experience to his shell-shocked crew. In the close-knit community of Gulf fishermen, Mike's struggle with the relentless sharks and his determination to survive against all odds became legendary. In the days and weeks that followed, he underwent multiple surgeries and a taxing rehabilitation process. While the physical scars would always remind him of his near-death experience, it was the emotional trauma that troubled him the most. The formerly fearless captain was suddenly overcome with a deep fear of the open sea due to the eerie recollections of those lifeless, cold eyes and the razor-sharp teeth always just below the surface. He knew the Gulf had permanently altered his physical and spiritual makeup. Nevertheless, Mike's unwavering spirit triumphed. Though he lost a limb to the abyss's ruthless teeth, he had conquered his struggle, showcasing the human spirit's resilience against nature's most primal fears. As the Silver Marlin set sail once more, its hull slicing through the same waters that nearly claimed his life, Mike stood at the helm with a newfound respect for the vast unknown depths surrounding him. He understood that the ocean's mysteries extended far beyond human comprehension. Its inhabitants, from the smallest plankton to the largest predators, constantly reminded us of our fragile place in the vast scheme of things. Each encounter reinforced the ocean's unpredictable nature and power to assert dominance without warning. This realization filled Mike with a profound respect for the sea, driving him to approach each voyage with awe, caution, and reverence for the powerful forces lurking beneath the surface. In 2011, the unwavering Australian sun shone down on the turquoise waters of the Arafura Sea, which gleamed like a million diamonds in northern Australia. As Dr. Karen Lee adjusted her mask, she gazed at the magnificent view of the colorful coral reef before her. Even though she had traveled to many far-flung places as a marine biologist who studied venomous sea creatures, the natural beauty of this area never ceased to astound her. For the previous 2 weeks, Karen and her research team had been based on board the RV Nautilus, where they had been closely observing the population and migratory habits of the notorious box jellyfish. These cube-shaped creatures were among the most vicious on the planet, their cluster of tentacles adorned with powerful venomous nematocysts. Theoretically, this particular day's dive was typical. Karen's mission was to gather water samples and meticulously observe jellyfish in their natural environment to record their behavior and interactions with the reef ecosystem. She double-checked her equipment and ensured her protective suit was securely sealed, a crucial precaution when dealing.
I don't give a shit about jellyfish.
She saw online. Mark agreed, and it seemed like something from a dream. He smiled and lightly squeezed her hand. He suggested they go closer and look at the shallow coral reefs that border the shoreline, their vivid colors visible even from a distance. The thought of snorkeling among the well-known marine life excited Lisa's face. She excitedly concurred that they ought to get their equipment from the hotel and get started right away. They returned to the beach shortly after, their snorkeling masks and fins firmly in place. Mark led the way, wading into the inviting, warm waters until they were sufficiently deep to start their exploration. They were both taken aback by the sight of the underwater world, a kaleidoscope of hues and forms, and a captivating tapestry of life. With faces full of amazement, they pointed out different species to one another as they swam side by side, their movements slow and deliberate to avoid upsetting the fragile ecosystem. After spending eternity in this aquatic wonder,
Sharks Beware is a captivating YouTube channel dedicated to unraveling the mysterious and often misunderstood world of shark attack stories. Each episode dives deep into harrowing tales of shark encounters, blending suspense with education.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, what is up with this shit? Thank you. Okay. Let's see. This orca killed an 817 fisherman. Jesus. 10K, 14, 3. Fuck orcas, dude.
Although there might be another ferocious animal out there on land, no animal rules the ocean in terms of aggressiveness like sharks. These animals are mighty killers that can even track their victims from more than a mile away to attack them. This video will narrate incidents showing how sharks mauled human beings. It all began one summer afternoon when Alice, a bubbly and adventurous soul with an insatiable thirst for exploration, stumbled upon an old bookstore tucked away in a narrow alley. As she browsed the shelves filled with forgotten tales and faded memories, she stumbled upon a copy of a sea adventure novel from the 19th century. Intrigued by the promise of high seas adventure, she couldn't resist purchasing the book and delving into its pages. Little did she know, fate had a serendipitous encounter in store for her that day. Alice is a 23-year-old student at a university in America who looks older due to her weight. Alice proudly embraces her body, refusing to be defined by society's narrow beauty standards. But she always yearns to do something, swim. Despite her inability to swim, she finds solace and joy in spending time at the beach, basking in the sun's warmth and listening to the soothing rhythm of the waves. With each visit, she revels in the simple pleasures of the sand between her toes and the salty breeze caressing her skin. As she sat on a bench outside the bookstore, engrossed in the captain's captivating tale, she heard three people's loud voices as they conversed. These folks, which include two men of Alice's age and a lady, notice her, and aside from that, they see the book she is holding, and one exclaims in surprise since he'd been trying to get the book for a long time. There, he talked with Alice about where she got it, and she answered that it was the last one in the bookstore. He introduced himself as Kenneth and the other two as Jose and Donna. They were also students of the same university, albeit in different departments. What united them was the shared dream of spending time at the beach, reading and writing about the beauty of the water. So they formed a group to formalize their interest and attract more people with the same dream. When Alice commented about her interest in marine life, Kenneth quickly introduced her to the group, and she joined happily. They decided to continue their conversation over dinner at a nearby canteen, and their friendship blossomed from there. Over the following weeks and months, the group embarked on countless adventures. However, one of these adventures had a different impact on Alice and everyone at the beach during that time. The day started like any other as the group joined at the beach, where they had planned to go on a trip earlier. After several months with the team, they knew Alice couldn't swim because of her ample frame, so they put her through training and swimming lessons to help her overcome this. They got into the boat and sailed to a part of the ocean where the engine was shut off, and they took out what they brought to eat. Determined to prove that she could now swim, she watched the buoy bobbing in the distance and made a spontaneous decision. Alice announced that she was going to swim to that buoy. Her friends exchanged uncertain glances, but Alice was already stripping off her outer clothes, revealing her bikini, and she slipped into the water. The cold shock of the ocean enveloped her as she began to swim, her strokes determined but unsteady. As Alice navigated the waters, the currents tugged relentlessly against her. Her muscles strained against the resistance with each stroke, and doubts crept into her mind. But she pushed them aside, focusing on the buoy ahead and swimming back. Unbeknownst to Alice, her struggles had attracted an unexpected observer. Under the surface, a great white shark prowled, drawn by the ripples. Then suddenly she heard a scream from Kenneth and Donna, urging her to beware of the shark, and turned back quickly towards the boat. She turned towards them with her heart pounding in her chest, as she was scared of the incident. She glanced back towards the boat to see her friends frozen in place, their faces pale with dread. Panic threatened to overwhelm her, but she forced herself to keep moving, each stroke a battle against her doubts and the relentless pull of the currents. It would have been better if she had just entered the water. She had long swam away from the boat, and returning wasn't easy. As she tried swimming back, she felt a sudden tug at her leg. She gasped as she was yanked beneath the surface, the cold embrace of the ocean swallowing her whole. Amid the turmoil, Alice's mind whirred into action, seeking an escape. Recalling tales of sharks repelled by abrupt motions and loud sounds, she tapped into a burst of adrenaline. She kicked forcefully and exhaled sharply underwater, aiming to create bubbles and noise to scare the predator into loosening its grip. Miraculously, her strategy succeeded. The grip on her leg relaxed, and Alice propelled herself upwards with all her might, breaking through the water's surface to draw a desperate breath. However, her sense of victory was fleeting. Peering down, she spotted the ominous silhouette circling beneath her, patiently waiting. The incident left Alice shaken to her core. Her friends on the boat were equally horrified, their faces contorted with fear as they watched the drama unfold. Kenneth, Donna, and the others shouted words of encouragement, urging Alice to swim faster back to the boat's safety. Amidst the chaos of the struggle, Jose, who had been stupefied since the incident began, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He knew they had to act fast to save Alice from the looming threat of the shark circling below. Determined, he rallied Kenneth and Donna to his side, their faces grim with resolve as they prepared to mount a rescue mission. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, firing up the boat's engine and speeding towards Alice with all urgency. The engine's roar filled the air as they cut through the waves, their eyes fixed on the lone figure struggling in the water ahead. As they drew closer, Alice's
Right.
heart leaped with hope as she
Grabbing
saw the
that
boat
fucking
approaching.
trash bin.
With renewed determination, she pushed herself to the limit, her muscles burning with exertion as she fought to reach the boat's safety before it was too late. With a final burst of effort, Alice reached out towards the outstretched hands of Kenneth and Donna, their faces etched with relief as they pulled her aboard with all the strength they could muster. As she collapsed onto the deck, gasping for air and trembling with exhaustion, she felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, knowing that she had narrowly escaped a brush with death thanks to the quick thinking and unwavering determination of her friends. As they sailed back to shore, the tension that had gripped them slowly began to ease, replaced by a sense of profound relief and gratitude for their miraculous escape. Alice huddled close to Kenneth, Donna, and Jose, their arms wrapped around her in a protective. In the depths of the
Give me a sec, guys.
Atlantic Ocean, Deborah Lawson found her sanctuary. A sanctuary she hadn't always been brave enough to explore. Deborah had always been enamored with wildlife photography, but her fear of encountering wild animals that could potentially harm her or others had kept her from pursuing her passion. A particular incident solidified this fear for her. While on a photography expedition in the Amazon rainforest, Deborah faced a deadly snake. It had slithered dangerously close to her, its venomous fangs poised to strike. If it weren't for the protection of the glass encampment she was in, Deborah's life might have been extinguished. That encounter had shaken her to the core, instilling a deep-seated fear of the unknown that had held her back for years. However, fate led us down unexpected paths, and for Deborah, that path led straight to the ocean. It was a realm she had always been drawn to, its vastness both exhilarating and humbling. Despite her initial reservations, Deborah was drawn to the underwater world, captivated by its beauty and charisma. Deborah discovered a newfound sense of purpose and passion as she delved deeper into marine photography. She marveled at the ocean's wonders with each dive, from the vibrant coral reefs teeming with life to the majestic creatures that called it home. Armed with her camera and courage, she set out to capture the beauty of this underwater realm, one frame at a time. Over time, Deborah became a seasoned diver and photographer, honing her skills and pushing herself to new depths, literally and figuratively. She explored countless underwater realms, from the Caribbean's crystal-clear waters to the Arctic Ocean's icy depths. With each expedition, she pushed the boundaries of her field.
Crazy, right? I don't know. What do you guys think the worst way to go if they get eaten alive, falling? I don't know. Here, drowning is a terrible feel, but who gives it for 5 or 8? A pack of fucking great white sharks. Just let's see what else we got. Alright. This shark is Ooh, free documentary. Hmm. And swallowed whole by a great white shark. Let's see. Oh, right. None of you motherfuckers are participating. We've got animals who took revenge on hunters, or you. What you doing? What you doing, baby? You're being all weird. Huh? What? 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 What you want? You ain't gonna girl me in the fucking streets, dude. No. No. Go, try one of these. Try one of these. Try one. See how you. Hey, Yo, we ain't gonna do this. Like, fucking bastard. Subway, Mike. He's watching some shots. What they do? There's a bunch of great whites. There's a bunch of great whites that fucking migrated and started eating seals on the East Coast, Cape Cod, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York. Shit, dude, there's a fatal attack in Maine. Bro, I want to catch a great shark. Fucking love sharks. Can I say? If it was $3 grand to go on a boat, go check some out, I would do it. I ain't paying $3 for that shit. For the privilege of just going out on a boat, you know, attract. Sure. There's better shit. Eating alive marathon. Yeah. Let's. Which one? Eaten alive by a great white. Which one's this? Eaten alive by a pack of tiger sharks on here. Fatally mauled by man eater. eating alive while spearfishing. What else we got? A lot of stuff. Make a shark comes to park your car. Lewis for it. Oh yeah, it was a bad day for this guy. Well, last day. Ugh. Does not look tasty. Anybody ever have any? Can you imagine that, dude? You're going out with a buddy, going to scuba dive or snorkel and shit. You watch your boy just get eaten alive whole. Like, what the fuck? It's only a matter of time before we get some fatal attacks. People get eaten around here on the East Coast. It's inevitable. Dude, listen, I remember the first time I seen Jaws, my uncle rented it for me. I was sleeping over his house, and we went to the video store. Yo, I didn't like the ocean as it was. Forget about it. Forget about it. Even when I was out on the fucking jet ski and shit, dude, I was all paranoid. Shit. I'm like, no, 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 you guys can get on the tube. I'll tell you. Shit. It wasn't. Thank you. Good God. Nothing that anybody can do. Oof. Yeah. 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 Right. Hmm. Why? You haven't missed anything, White Mike. Damn, and it looks like the shark spit him out. I'm not watching this one. Or check eating, scuba diving. Yeah, what? He stole Or he ripped off Dragon. If you watch any of my old shows, pretty much self-explanatory. I go through it many times. Oh, God damn it. Fucking secret these. Who's this one? Eagle Alive Marathon 2. Okay, this one. Okay, I don't remember these. Zudo, I remember playing the web, but these other ones I don't. No, it's over holsters. But again, if you're curious, man, there's like 2 or 3 shows where I go explain it repeatedly. And no, he doesn't have money. Hold on. Yeah, it's a garbage ass fucking movie. It's probably like one of the worst Jaws movies out there. I don't know. What do you think? You think it's by accident, or you think it's mistaken identity, or you just think Sark said, "Fuck it"? Yeah, I think sharks eat people for the fuck of it. Bitcoin's back up to 65K. Okay. What's that? All right, there's been 7 days, yo. What the fuck's that fucking info? Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, okay. Exactly. Look at you. Look at you, you little weirdo. Well, who's that? What did you do to me?
other thing, man, you know, that's the other thing. You know, you're putting all your info out like that's a real stupid fucking move. You know what I mean? Like, no, you shouldn't be doing that, man. It's about yourself. You know, that's fucking not smart.
Yeah. Hey, pull up real quick. There they go the ops. Spin back around, nigga, hurry up. That's on gang. Why is you killing the beat? Did this for my dog, get this thing, get back. When it's war, yeah, we go tip-a-tap. Ring around the rosy with this Big Mac. Don't come around and we don't know you get your shit clapped. Got a lot of hollows popping out this chopper, get your shit split. Gang. Tell him it ain't no thing, bitch. This blue cane, this bitch got kickback. I got the drop on the op kickback. Yeah, bitch, click, clack. Break it a Kit Kat. Oh, they not with it. Run down on them, I meant that. Gang, this that get back. Yeah, get back. I ain't worried about an op, cause we gon' slump some. Make my young nigga come slump one. Get the drop, then bitch, you done for. The streets be like, y'all put them up, huh? Yeah, they know the 3 gon' touch some. Hear them drums, bum, 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 bum. My gorillas, they too dumb. Gang. They too basic, they be capping when they rap. No internet, bitch, I won't add them. Get off the gram and let's get active. The only time they get a tag from me, when I toe tag them. Big old chopper, body bag them. Bitch, I'm cutthroat, I'm a savage. You can't bang with my gorillas. Bitch, this blinking out for fashion. I'm laughing at they dead partners. I put them bitches in them caskets. All that dissing don't be jizzling Roy Lee, you see what happened. After we put them niggas up, I talk about them in my caption. Hey, did this for my dog, yeah, this that get back. When it's war, yeah, we go tip-a-tap. Ring around the rosy with this Big Mac. Don't come around and we don't know you get your shit clapped. She only fucked me for the money, so I hit and make a dickle. Then I ask her, has she ever fucked a killer? Looking in her face and she tell me I'm that nigga. Knowing that I'm half man, other half gorilla. My young nigga gets a geeking with that burn and I can't calm him down. He itching for a bite, if I can't get him, he gon' wipe him out. My gorillas, they too cutthroat, I say go, them niggas chalk them out. Hit the flow, we brought them choppers out. Up the scope, that's what I'm talking about. She gon' throw me like a pro, she don't go. Yeah, it's up, ho. Hanging out the window, I got choppers by the busload. Turn these bitches into ashes. Yeah, this gun smoke. I'll wipe out my own kinfolk just to show them that I'm cutthroat. Heard a nigga from around my way, gave y'all the drop. Okay, yeah, bet that. But he can't talk to y'all no more, guess what? Got that little nigga wet. Bobo with a scope, hold like I'm Robo, I'ma fold him.
Now I never make a sound.
Sometimes I think I'm happy here. Sometimes, yeah, I still pretend. I can't remember how this got started. Oh, but I can tell you exactly how it will end. Every day is exactly the same. Every day is exactly the same. There is no love here, and there is no pain. Every day is exactly the same. I'm writing on a little piece of paper. I'm hoping someday you might find. Well, I'll hide it behind something. They won't put behind. I am still inside. A little bit comes bleeding through. I wish this could have been any other way, but I just don't know. I don't know what else I can do. Every day is exactly the same. Every day is exactly the same. There is no love here, and there is no pain. Every day is exactly the same. I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Now, time for me is nothing cause I'm counting no A's. Nah, I couldn't be there. Nah, you shouldn't be scared. I'm good at repairs and I'm under each snare. Intangible. Bet you didn't think, so I command you to. Panoramic view. Look, I'll make it all manageable. Pick and choose, sit and lose. All you different crews, chicks and dudes who you think is really kicking tunes. Picture you getting down in a picture too. Like you lit the fuse. You think it's fictional, mystical, maybe. Spiritual hero who appears in you to clear your view when you're too crazy. Lifeless to those, the definition for what life is. Priceless to you because I put you on the hype shit. You like it? Gun smoke, you righteous with one toke. You're psychic among those, possess you with one go.
I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
The essence, the basics. Without it, you make it. Allow me.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year. Stole many a man's soul of faith. I was around when Jesus Christ had his moment of doubt and pain. Made damn sure the pilot washed his hands and sealed his face. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name. But what's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Stuck around St. Petersburg when I saw it was a time for a change. Killed the Tsar and his ministers. Anastasia screamed in vain. I rode a tank, held a generous rank when the blitzkrieg raged and the finest stank. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name. Oh yeah.
It's just I like to move smart, you feel me? You might see me in one car, but I got a whole nother 2 rentals sitting up somewhere. I wanna go low key. I'm gonna put the big one up. I just go sit in the parking lot somewhere. But the whole time nigga might be thinking they find that runner. I got a whole nother 2 cars. But you know, I really just put nigga on game.
And nigga ain't gonna stop touching none of us bleeding, you heard me? It's gonna be you and me. Yeah. What it is.
Ooh, that's a hard baby.
Speaking on my name, better keep that eye with you. They say they down to ride, but ask them if they dying with you. My partner died, your partner died. You just don't post your nigga. I call a player, ain't gon' blitz, I'm trying to coach that nigga. Toast a nigga soul with this Draco, you know it's fucking real. Catch a nigga lacking, hit his stomach, I think I snapped the reel. Walking light on papers, people watching, but I'm thugging still. Partner dies, the price up on his head, you know I paid the bill. Sipping like he got it on the love, fuck the price tag. I just hit my phone like you a bitch, you better bite back. On Simon say fuck all them bitches, niggas, they can't never get they dog back. Go and get a runner, I just zip them through my cash out. Killers in your bushes trying to see what all that beef out. Catch them in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in the runner trying to make today his last dog. Hit him with that pole, play high cold. Take a nigga souls in your bushes trying to see what all that beef out. Catch him in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in the runner trying to make today his last dog. Hit him with that pole, play high cold. Take a nigga souls off a tape and still a pop, nigga. Ain't shit change, I'm still a stay, I'm hollering freely bop, nigga. Stood up like a man up in the can and they can vouch, nigga. Shared a cell with plenty ops and all them used to fuck with me. Bitch, you know I'm really G. R.I.P. my nigga G. Niggas hating bad, they doing sad, they want my energy. Pussy running stupid, doing bad. Empty the magazine. Draco hit that ass, he get to singing like he pleasure be. I'm just trying to be at peace, trying to set my life on beats. I promise I ain't lying, dog. I'm trying to put that iron down. My bank account sitting swole, might spend it all just on bodies. Piss me off and I see red, put that bag up on your motherfucking ears. In your bushes trying to see what all that beef out. Catch him in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in the runner trying to make today his last dog. Hit him with that pole, play high cold. Take a nigga souls in your bushes trying to see what all that beef out. Catch him in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in the runner trying to make today his last dog. Hit him with that pole, play high cold. Take a nigga souls in swole, might spend it all just on bodies. Piss me off and I see red, put that bag up on your motherfucking head.
It's just I like to move smart, you feel me? You might see me in one car, But I got a whole nother 2 rentals sitting up somewhere. I want to go low key.
Sorry, guys, I'm just fucking speeding up.
Young nigga 26, never had a job. They never gave a nigga shit, so I had to rob. I was walking niggas down, they
figure out
ain't
what
have a
I'm
car.
gonna
So
do.
fast, I get on your ass, you ain't getting far. So sad, he was talking bad, now he in the star. Who is that? We don't give a
Hey,
fuck, he
man.
ain't wanna boss. Since the car hit him high, you cold, play smart. Find you out, you would stop. The guys living lost.
It's Lefty's variety
You know we
show.
ain't squashing no beef, no beef. My dog got dumped in the middle of the road. We leaving this shit in the street. Got some shorties outside and they lurking for me. They ain't lurking for free. Got some shorties outside and they won't go to sleep. What? Cause this how they eat. But lately I've been trying to be cool. Cause I know the kids, they watch what I do. And I know the feds, they watching me. But niggas ain't stopping me. Sending this bitch to the moon. We see them boys fast, say give them a broom. This one for platoon. If you ain't seen his ass, you'll see him at noon. What? Put him on the news. That's how it go. Better keep your pole. Better not move slow. Boys on the roll. The boys trying to score. Boys ain't gon' go. That boy ain't no home. I'm letting you know. Man, you know we ain't squashing no beef. My dog got dumped in the middle of the road. We leaving this.
Anyways, what up, Drum? Dude, I hate fucking liars. You lie for no reason. The fuck is going on with this shit? It's not the mouse because I got a new mouse. It's the pad, maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I suppose, everything has its use, even lying. But, when people lie to impress people or to, I don't know, basically do anything but save their ass, it's like, I don't know, man. It's like when you're lying for no reason other than just to impress people and shit. Like, yo, and I mean, I could give an example, but like Drum, that thing you sent me a picture of, and it was like, it was shocking to yo, dude said he paid 1,000 for that. Apparently, it's not the person I thought it was. It was somebody else's. And dude just said he paid a G note for it. And I'm like, and he's like, yeah, this one's real. I'm like, no one could be that stupid. Same motherfucker who's got fucking, like an M3 badge or like an AMG badge on a regular Benz. I don't know. I guess the person's probably lying to themselves just along with everybody else. Never mind, Jerome. Never mind. I don't know. can only speak from personal experience and personal observation and shit. So, you ever deal with anybody where no matter what they ask, there is no right answer? What you do, say, or anything for that matter is just, when something's a multiple choice question and your choices are A, B, or C, and the answer is D, but you're not, you know, you know, give me 1 sec. Damn, motherfucking lurkers just waiting for me to say something. Hey. Apologize for long stretches of fucking silence. But Fortunately, seems to be something up with my fucking mouse or computer, whatever the fuck. I don't know. My mouse moves incredibly fucking slow. Shit is fucking weird, man. It is fucking weird. What's up, man?
What's up, Lep?
Yeah, not much.
You just get on?
No, apparently I've been on for 4 hours.
Damn.
I don't know. I came on early in the morning. I was just fucking bored. But sleep schedule was all fucked up, so.
Yeah, well, listen, that's the first time yesterday I saw 6 o'clock in the morning in a long time. It was my friend's birthday. He goes, you got it. He goes, I didn't really celebrate my birthday. It's just me and you. Let's get over here and we'll go to the beach in Jersey. So I went to the beach. I haven't been to the beach in I don't know how many years.
Oh yeah, man.
And I'll tell you what, when I got home, I don't get up 6 o'clock in the morning. When I got home, I passed out. I woke up. It was like 10 o'clock. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought it was the next day. I was like, okay. Yeah, but
Yeah, it's funny.
yeah, you fucking like you don't know where you are. Like I woke up, I don't know where the fuck I was. So I got to tell you what happened. New guitar front. So I'm on Marketplace. I finally got pissed off. So I sold this one mini guitar I had. And just as I sold it, I went and picked up the money from this Russian guy. And I'm heading out. And I'm already out now. I went to the doctor, right? So I see this guitar on Marketplace. It says Yamaha and it has a model number. Electric acoustic. $100. I said, this can't be true. There's no way. This is like a fucking first class guitar, at least a $400 guitar. So I put the model number in the browser. Comes up on every site for $379. So I called the guy. He's like some rich French guy. I'm like, dude, I got like 75 in my pocket right now. I just picked up selling another guitar. Would you do 75? He goes, yes, it was my child's guitar. I just he wants to make money off of it. So his son was selling it for himself, his 14-year-old son. So I got a $400 guitar for 75 bucks. Basically, just traded that other guitar is what I did. Fucking thing is beautiful. Yamaha electric acoustic.
Jesus, I pulled a SoFlo and hit mute on my microphone. I'm sitting here talking. Like, yo, Drum, what you need to do is you can't look at something that someone's selling and look at what the price is new, what it would cost. What you need to do is you need to look up, used for sale.
Yeah, they were like 300 used, but this was his prime condition.
At a guitar shop or just
No, some guy's kid was selling it.
no, I know. I'm saying in general, where
Yeah, all the major sites.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I mean, I look at the specs of the guitar and everything about it. It's like it's not a beginner's guitar. It's a for a professional. But it's amazing. I just got to change the strings. The kid used it twice and was sitting in a case. He decided he didn't want to play guitar, so Rich Daddy bought him a guitar. Fuck, thing's incredible. I can't wait to use it.
Man, that's awesome.
As soon as I put it in my hand when I was on his stoop, I had to go to Park Slope. As soon as I put it in my hand, I went, "Oh man, this fucking guy doesn't even know."
Good, man. That's good.
Yeah, because
hey, man, one man's trash is another man's treasure, right?
I know. Remember the one I bought for 40, the Japanese one?
Yeah.
Well, I put that online. I'm having a lot of problems with the bridge, so we changed the bridge out twice. It's just doing something weird with the pickup. It's a brand new guitar, but I listed it online. Listen, I paid 40. I know they're worth a lot more. It's probably like a $500 guitar, $600 guitar. But I said I listed it for 200. If I can get 150, I made $100 profit. So I'm like, I put it on there. 'Cause there's some other shit I need to get. So I was like, I got a lot of gigs coming up.
Yeah, you ever think about doing that? You know, buying and selling instruments because you certainly.
I did it for 3 years.
Yeah.
I actually still have stuff in my closet of a basement that I cleaned out of this guy's son that moved overseas, and he had all his musical equipment, wireless units, amps, guitars, all kinds of shit, mic stands, microphones.
Yes,
I sold the top echelon shit. There was this band called the London Souls. They were going to open up for the Who in England, and I found these cymbals from the 50s, these Zildjian cymbals, and the whole basement cost me $50 to empty it out. He was old and he just couldn't do it. He didn't know what he had. I sold these cymbals for $2,000. I went to the other side of the ferry in Manhattan, and I met the guy from this group called London Souls. He gave me $2,000 for 3 cymbals, no questions asked. So I don't even know what the cymbals were worth. I never even looked them up. They were probably worth a lot more, but for somebody to give you 2,000, they had to be worth a lot more. But I just said, fuck it. You know, I basically paid $2 for them. You know, if you want to break it down, some good shit. That was like I did that years ago, but then
Drum cymbals.
Yeah, those cymbals from the 50s, dude. Like fucking the prime era of Zildjian. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't even. I no questions asked. He came with $2,000 cash, handed it to me. Fucking, I said, here you go. He's, thank you. I really appreciate this. No, I really appreciate this.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying is like, if you were to look out on, Marketplace or Craigslist or just in general,
Yeah, I do that every day, left. But you know what? I gotta have the money, the capital to just throw it in. But here's the thing.
See, here's the thing: is you gotta look at it like you can't look at it like, oh man, this is a fucking beautiful instrument. This is amazing. Da 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 da. It it plays. It's how fast can I move this?
I'll tell you what's big. Is hipsters love older hardware from drums, like the cymbal stands, snare stands. Like I was moving. I'd buy stands from people who didn't know what they had. I'd look for these certain cymbal stands and shit, and I'd buy them. And it cost me maybe $20, and then I'd turn around and sell them to a hipster for $200.
Yeah.
They eat it up. There's certain items you got to do research.
Well,
You
that's
gotta
what
do
I
that.
mean. Yeah.
I don't drive, so for me it's tough. But like a lot of people want you to drop it off or meet them somewhere. Now.
See, is that your issue, or would it
No,
be?
not here, not in New York so much. But when I was doing it in another state, it was an issue.
Yeah.
I did it here too. But yeah, I might go back into it as the season changes. Things slow
Yeah,
down.
like in the winter time and shit when things are slowing down.
Yeah, I mean my gigs increase around the holidays for like about 2-3 months, and then but still, I was looking to cut down the nursing homes. I mean, I'm getting burned out. A lot of travel. So that would be a good supplement.
Yeah. I'm gonna jump on my phone. I gotta take the dog out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Trump. And let me start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump. And for turning his head on Saturday as the shot was fired. Together we lift up in prayer all of our leaders for protection. And our prayers are in particular with the family of Fire Chief Corey Comparatore and the others injured on Saturday. Never before has an election mattered so much. We are facing an invasion on our southern border. Not figuratively, a literal invasion. 11.5 million people have crossed our border illegally.
Sorry about that, Drum.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
What's up?
You there? I'm here.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. I hear you.
139
All right.
arenas, just like this, filled to the brim.
So what's your thoughts on this the assassination attempt shit?
Bro, that shit is sketchy the more you hear about it.
Fucking
Like
sketchy,
apparently the guy saw the guy, army crawling on the roof, and
sketchy as a motherfucker.
yeah, like I said, man, when I heard that shit and when I heard, listen, a shot like that should be no problem. Like for anybody that's fired a gun or can shoot a rifle, even with iron sights without a scope. Like that shit is something else.
And it's
Say
getting
the least.
stranger. I'll tell you what's going on. So they were saying this kid donated money to a left-wing organization. Turns out it was somebody with the same name as him. It wasn't him. So right away they put that out there, quick to cover their ass for something. You know. They always want to twist it. Who knows? I mean, it's a risky thing to go out in the open like that anyway, you know? Let me know when you come back. I can't hear you.
I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, it's so it turns out it was some guy with the same name that actually donated to that left wing organization. It wasn't that kid.
That's crazy.
They'll twist it any way they can. You know, I mean,
yeah.
It's so funny, man. Listen, I'm like, I wish RFK would be able to really run. You know, I mean, I was watching some shit on him. I kind of like him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fucking. You know why they're really pushing against him is because he's going after. He's got a vendetta against the CIA and the FBI and the government for what happened to his uncle and his father. Oh, that's where the pushback's coming about him. You know.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think he has a chance to ever even get in. You know. He's like resisting. Like they want to give him Secret Service protection. He's like resisting because he couldn't protect my father and my uncle. You know.
Yeah. That's true.
No, he doesn't He doesn't get along with the rest of the family. That guy.
No, he doesn't.
No. No. They were all against him running and shit. Yeah.
Huh. Well, didn't he have some kind of brain tumor and shit?
No, he has something called spasmodic. As soon as I heard him, I knew what it was. He has something called spasmodic dysphonia. It's kind of a neurological disorder of the vocal cords, and then it attacks the vocal cords. It's an easy. If you see him on Joe Rogan, he doesn't sound that bad. He must have got what they do for that is they give you they inject Botox into your vocal cords. It's risky. Well, he could literally do that every time he has a big week, and he could almost sound next to normal for like a couple of days. Then it'll come back. It doesn't. There's really no cure.
Yeah.
It's an easy fix for a temporary solution. They could like get rid of it for like a couple of days. But there's a risk of that too. With the Botox, it could also get worse. So, yeah, I was dealing with a couple of students back in the day when I was teaching voice, that had a partial spasmodic dysphonia. Now they were trying to work out, singing in their lower register because your speaking voice is different from your singing voice. He could literally, if he wanted to, he could literally sing to some degree, and it wouldn't sound like that. He'd have to sing in a lower register. If he wanted to sing in a higher register, he could get in an AC/DC tribute band.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to stay healthy, because this is this
Right.
next month and a half here is it. September comes, it'll tank out, fucking, for a little bit. Kids get settled back into school and shit, and fucking.
Yeah.
So yeah, September is the best time for wineries. That's like, I'm trying to get a list of wineries because the September is the time. Wineries fucking slamming. They got harvesting grapes, and they have all these festivals and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still gonna tap up Connecticut. If I get a day, I want to definitely go up to Stanford because all my friends keep mentioning it. They're like, you need to go up to Stanford, check out some of the places up there. I'm like, well,
Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna ask somebody to do something for me in that regard.
yeah.
Drum. Exactly. What kind of venues do you book?
I do like it's mostly like high-end restaurants, hotels, tiki bars, outside cafes, and wineries, art galleries. I mean, I try to do the more upscale, the better.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'll send you a couple of videos today of this new place I'm playing. It's an upscale restaurant. It's in a new gentrified area in New York, and they took me now every Thursday. So I'm stoked. They got a nice stage, big sound system. It was a perfect fit, And,
Yeah.
so it ain't the greatest money, but it's a Thursday, and I usually don't do too much,
Yeah.
But the room is amazing. It's fucking state of the art. Yeah, they did a whole video for me, so I'm gonna boost the sound up a little bit, and once
Yeah.
I do that, once I boost the sound on this video, I have a brand new demo.
Shit's just chilling in my kitchen.
So when is your uncle coming back?
Don't know. Don't know, man. Not in the best of shape.
Did you go see him?
Yeah.
Was he able to talk or?
Barely. Not.
How you digging the crib?
It's hey man, listen, anything's better than paying for a hotel, and I mean, just the amount of the str- the just the lack of stress or Jesus, dude, wow, that vape fucking rips. Anyway, basically what I was trying to say is the lack of stress I have now outweighs, whatever. And then, like I said, man, I can. It's not something that I couldn't change or won't change.
And how's things going with the other guy? The stepdad.
Oh, I don't know. That's pretty much the only anxiety and stress I have now is that.
But you don't see him that much, right?
No.
Yeah, so that's good.
I suppose. Especially I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, how time makes people forget.
But every time I turn on like a show, other shows, like I don't watch shows, but like the other show I watch, there's always some kind of fucking bullshit going on. It's just bullshit.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. Like like listen. You know the people that we don't care for, right? Like so, who cares? Like if somebody goes and listens to somebody else's show or makes a comment in their chat, like what is that? Why is that a big deal? You know what I mean? So what? You can't expect everybody to be friends with everybody or enemies with everybody.
Yeah. No, man, it's that.
Because you're enemies with somebody doesn't mean that you could ask somebody to be enemies with somebody. It's not fair.
No. No, absolutely not.
Like I told you, like I never had any run in with Marky, whatever. But like after I had been hearing the shit you've been playing, I'm like, holy fucking shit, is this real? I was like going, is that real?
Yeah. No kidding.
Because that wasn't the guy that I talked to on the panel. I was like, what the fuck is this?
When? Oh, I know. Well, that's unfortunately.
That was not. I'm serious though. I don't know if you ever heard me on the show with him, but that was not the guy.
Yeah.
That was not the guy I talked to. This guy was nice and cordial and talking about food and restaurants in LA.
Oh yeah, he's very. What can I say? He can.
What is all this talk? Like he's a fucking. I swear to God, man. I really thought he was Mexican.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on here that say this, do that, act this way, act that way. It's fucking weird.
Yeah. Listen, I called out this lady in Smoke's chat, and I called it. I called it the first day, and guess what? I called it, and I got shit on for saying what I said, and I called that shit, and now she's gone, and she's in other people's chats, fucking talking about shit and fucking. I called it. I fucking called it, dude. I called it. I called it the first time she was on. I said, this lady's gonna be fucking. She wants to be in control. And as soon as you don't let her in control, and then I found out from somebody else that she was been in so many rogue fucking communities.
Oh no, sorry, man. I missed what you said. I was switching to my computer. So who are you talking about?
Oh, this one lady that I had a little run-in with on Smoke Show. I called it out the first fucking day she was on. I said, this lady has been in some rogue communities, and as soon as she starts making suggestions and you don't take them, she's gonna be in somebody else's chat talking about you and fucking bullshitting.
Really?
And I knew it, and I made a political joke, and she took it as a racist joke, you know, and as soon as she realizes she can't control anyone, she goes to the next person's chat and starts bullshitting about you, and that's what she does. That's what she did. Now she's out of there now, and she's on somebody else's channel that Smoke don't care for.
No kidding.
Yeah, I told you. You know who I'm talking about, I think.
Yeah. I was wondering.
I called that the first day. I called the first day. I called. I was calling her goofy. I was calling her goofy on the panel.
Yeah.
I called it, and I got shit on for saying the shit that I said, which was all in humor, because you know me, I'm a fucking ball buster.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna let this shit get to me. It's not a fucking integral part of my life, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's like fucking. I'm not gonna stress anything over this fucking crap internet shit. You know, I got enough problems. I got fucking cancer on my face. Fucking, not worried about this shit. But like I said, I called it though. I called it. The point is, I called it.
Mm.
You know, and then people were telling me that day to apologize. Apologize for what? I wasn't talking about her.
Right.
She got all fucking bent out of shape. No, I can't help you. You know.
Yeah. Like I said, it's, you know, we'll just say, you know, when somebody said, like, for instance, they give you, or they know specific details, or, you know, just some minute thing that you've said on your show that, you know, no one would know unless they were watching the show. And then
yeah,
make references like, oh yeah, it was on Lefties and blah 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 the other night.
This bitch could give you timestamps.
And then fucking all of us, oh well, I've never seen your show.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll check it out.
Then she comes up with shit like she gives you timestamps. Like, yes, it was at 4 minutes and 32 seconds of the second segment. I'm like, what the fuck? If you go look at his chat back in February 2023 at 7 minutes and 6 seconds, this is where he said, I'm like, what the fuck? I can't remember what I ate for breakfast yesterday. How do you know all this shit?
It's dude. Different people put different stock into shit. So you know, this is somebody's.
Yeah, it's kind of that's kind of a mental illness.
This is sometimes, you know, this is somebody's whole life, or whole secondary life where they get to be who they picture themselves as, or, you know, so on and so forth, or get respect that they normally don't, or are looked at. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. It's some odd shit. That's all I gotta say. Some odd fucking shit.
It fills the hole for some of these people for whatever they feel insecure about.
You know, there's some people that like, as soon as they come on, and I'm sure people say that about me, but there's some people, you know, that they come on and I go off. I can't listen to them, you know.
No, man. Yeah.
And again, I'm sure there's people that say that about me. But you know, fucking hey.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing is, I don't give a fuck what people. Yeah.
Oh no, of course I don't give a fuck because I'm so far removed. I'm not. Yeah, I'm in my own world. You know. You know what I say? I'm in my own world, but at least they know me there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No shit. You know, it's exactly. I don't know. It's a take it or leave it. You know, I ain't gonna pretend to be somebody I'm not just so.
No, but I said it. I said to you. I said to you in the thing. I don't know if you saw it, but I said, now I get it with this guy. Before I didn't make a comment. I couldn't say nothing. Now I fucking totally get it. You know?
Yeah. I don't take
I
too
never
much.
heard that shit, Lefty.
Yeah.
No, I never heard it. That's the first time I'm hearing that.
That's all he did.
Yeah, see, I guess I don't know. I don't want to know say if I missed it or I just never caught him in those things. I mean, I know what I used to say about him all the time was that his mic was very loud.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's because he's shouting.
Like that, I remember like saying, like I would go, "Oh yeah, his mic is fucking loud," and then somebody told me one day they're like, "Dude, that guy's on every fucking panel, every chat." I said, "I don't know. I don't really watch it enough to really to know that. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you could tell me. You could tell me this. It doesn't mean that I really fucking I'm an expert on it. I don't know. You know?
No, like that's the thing is, I don't know. People are fucking strange.
Yeah, but that's fucking some shit. Him and JC.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
I mean, you
what did I
know.
say? What did I say? And I meant it. I said fucking. It's like fucking. It's like fucking shit in a hen house. You know?
Shit's like Jerry Springer.
Yeah, but I mean them two together. That's really fucking ponderous. Fucking JC. Holy shit. That motherfucker.
Yeah. I mean, but dude, that's what I mean. That's I was looking for that show after I thought about it, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, this is the perfect, way to show what I'm talking about.
Well, you definitely made your point there. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the thing, man, is hold on. I didn't even know really. I had to make my point and set some shit straight and do something that I think everyone in the genre wanted to do at one point or another. And then the dude wanted to push his luck, make death threats and fucking, being extra goofy. And I'm like, all right, man, you really want this attention? You got it. Problem is, I'm like a dog with a bone.
Yeah, so he never tried to come on and straighten anything out with you?
Hell no. I called him out, and the last time I posted the last time he came on YouTube. When his goofy ass fucking basically had a chance to prove a point, but didn't.
When he was saying that shit about Jimmy and stuff,
Hold
I'm like,
on. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no big deal. Finally got a little free time today.
Anyways, that's great. Fucking stepdad's fucking coming here. The last thing I fucking need.
Did you see that? Did you see that thing I sent you with the car with the boxing gloves smacking people in the face?
No.
There was two. There was one like from the old way back, and then there was one from the Little Rascals. They got this spring like a boxing glove at the end. They walked right and by punching people in the face. And I texted you. I said, put fucking JC and Marky Mark talking. And just fucking and put their face on this fucking the guys that are standing up the side of the road getting smacked with boxing glove.
Yeah. Oh man. What up, Mooch, Chris?
Is anybody on here? Oh, Mooch, hey Mooch.
Yeah, there's 14 people on here, but you know how it goes in here.
Mooch, Montreal. Hey Mooch, did you make those wings in the air fryer? Did you make those chicken cutlets? Yeah, but I'm telling you, man, that fucking Jersey beaches are nice, man. I never really went, other than Atlantic City. I never went to like a Jersey Shore beach before.
Yeah.
Shit was beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't associate Jersey beaches and the word beautiful.
No, I don't associate Jersey with beautiful. Period. And I was never a big fan of Jersey.
I don't know. My dad always used to take me to Wildwood.
Oh, Wildwood! I played there back in the day with a band. It was that place. That was a fucking blur to me. That time.
Yeah.
I had so much tragedy in my family. Everything back then I associate with that, you know.
Yeah.
Mustache P, what's up, brother?
What's up, Pete?
Yeah, Pete would remember me as Yacht Rock.
Damn it, where the hell did that thing go? Oh. I bought one of these fucking fly swatting tennis rackets. I've been murdering fucking. I think I committed genocide last night. How many flies I killed?
You need one of them zappers, those electric things that sit up on.
Yo, it's been driving me nuts, dude. Trying to get rid of.
Get one of those zappers, man. They're fucking.
I did get one of those motherfucking zappers.
Which one you got? The tennis racket?
Yeah.
That's fucking. I love that thing.
Dude, there's supposedly a gun that shoots salt.
Yeah, I saw that on Amazon. That's fucking sick.
Oh fuck.
I bet there are some people who just fucking pass the time with that shit. That's fucked up. You're fucking buzzing around and all of a sudden a pellet of salt fucking smites you in the wing. That's fucking funny.
Right? Yeah, Pete. You're known for fucking toxic waste and fucking industrial shit.
Yeah, Pete. You know what's nice out there in Marlboro? Marlboro's nice out there. Them fucking horse farms, horse ranches and shit. I used to like going out there. My friend has a house out there. They got fucking all that beautiful area over there. I think I went berry picking over there one time. It was really nice.
Oh yeah, no, Jersey has some nice places.
Yeah, it's all like I love the beaches at like Margate and Ventnor by Atlantic City. Those fucking beaches. I mean that's beautiful. It's beautiful over there. Definitely reminds me of Cocoa Beach. Because like I used to play Atlantic City like 6 months a year with the band.
Yeah.
And we were always we'd get away from like the city, you know. We'd go like to Ventnor and Margate and all those areas just right outside of it's still part of the same area, but it's just so much fucking vibe is so different, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I was a traveling fool, man. I don't really travel anymore much. The only thing I do is I go to Florida once a year to play in San Diego, and every once in
Yeah.
a while Phoenix. But I don't really do what I used to do. I just can't do it anymore. You know, and I gotta fucking bring all the medicine and all the fucking refrigerated injections and I can't do it. Yeah. It's more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah.
Last time I went through with my equipment, Lefty, they literally ripped everything apart. They were opening my battery compartments on my effects units. They were fucking taking my wires and twisting the end caps off to see if anything was inside. I'm like, this is ridiculous. You know?
Yeah, man. They go extra hard sometimes for no reason.
I remember back in the day just walking right through that shit. That's how old I am.
Yeah. No, I remember shit like that too. Like I remember, my uncle just throwing a bunch of fireworks and shit in my suitcase. Like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, remember that shit with Harry Connick Jr. He walked right on. Said he was walking. They busted him with a gun at the airport. So he said, "Dude, I've been bringing guns on the plane for fucking 20 years because you're just figuring it out now." That's what he told him. Remember, singer Harry Connick?
Yeah. That's funny, man. Nah, like, it's the airport's just an illusion. The security is an illusion for safety.
Yeah, for the most part. For the most part, 100%.
It's for the appearance. It's to put people at ease.
It's funny because I tell him, I'm talking to my friend about this. I'm like, years ago when we used to go travel with the bands and we used to go to Europe and other countries, it was always fucking tight. I mean, they got guys with machine guns at the fucking airports. Well, here, back in the day, anybody could just walk on with anything, Whole different world, Everything we do here is polarized, So, like, if we put one guy with a fucking baseball bat near the gate, that's like you said, it's a fucking illusion.
Exactly. That's it. That's it, man.
Mustache Pete. So Central Jersey. What part was that? Like Patterson? You must be like near like Patterson and those areas over there like that.
Come here, cocksucker.
Did Gunsmoke have a show last night?
No idea. I was sleeping.
I know he had one in the afternoon. I saw you on that one.
Yeah, I was moving shit in and out of my storage.
Lefty, I saw you on that one. You were at the, if you go to the timestamp, 6 minutes, 7 seconds.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Where did she end up?
You know, that's actually the part I still don't know. It wasn't clear.
Cause I think that'd be, you know.
But I'm guessing somewhere down in Florida.
Somewhere down in Florida. Huh.
Something like that.
Wow.
That's what I'm guessing.
I figured it'd probably be closer to New York.
I'm guessing somewhere down in Florida, but I'm guessing that because he kind of welcomes the ladies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not good enough to fucking just go on a hunch.
I remember, like I told Gunsmoke, man, I remember that name from back in the fucking, I remember that name from back in the Johnny Mac days. So there you have it.
See, that's the disadvantage of me not watching any of it.
Right.
So I don't know who the fuck is any of them.
No, but I remember the name. I could be wrong, but I mean, I'm not, like I said, I wasn't that vested, so I could.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but that's where I kind of think I saw that name before. It was like kind of that women's community shit that he brought in.
Yeah. Sorry if I seem distracted right
No,
now.
what are you doing? I'm just here hanging out. Fucking sitting up in the kitchen eating fucking Franks.
Word.
Yeah, Stanford's on my radar, bro.
Yeah, man, you know, that's the thing, is people always end up being themselves.
Yeah, but I called that one like a motherfucker.
Yeah, after she got pissed at you with the
All I said was, well, she said, Gangsmith, I'm going to put the money on this thing, and there's this company I know that can come and fix your computer in your house and come and get your computer. And when I said smoke, I would never trust anybody I know with my devices. I said, you fucking, I don't even trust Geek Squad. I do it myself. I'm actually savvy. I seem like I don't know what I'm doing, but I know a lot of fucking shit. Do it yourself. I could walk you through the steps, tell me what you need to do. I said, because I wouldn't have anybody come to your house to get it. I said, especially like, you never know who's coming. Maybe it's the fucking CCP. And she took it. She took it that I was making fun of her Asianness.
Yo, no kidding.
What I meant by that was like, fucking they all the computer repair guys are CCP now, dude.
Yeah.
All the spyware that's going on in all those websites, it's all fucking the Chinese Communist Party.
Korea does a lot of that too.
You're right, Mustache Pete, 100%.
No,
a lot of them belong in the fucking women's community.
Shit, dude, but that's the thing is I've met women on here with bigger balls and fucking, you know, more stand up than fucking 90% of the fucking so-called fucking guys in this community.
Well, I remember, I mean, I'm not part of the He-Men's Women Haters Club by no means. But I remember there were certain people back in the day when I used to listen to more people on here before I got disenchanted. That like I'd hear their voice for like 2 seconds and I'd jump off like that fucking Jewel and Bambi Palermo and Jesse Roth. I fucking couldn't. I had to go.
Yeah. No, I'm in the same boat as you with those particular and it's just, you know, it's either they have nonsense to say or honestly it's just I absolutely have no desire to listen to crazy or whatever else you want to call it.
Well, yeah, man. You know me, I always make wise ass comments. So I said, sorry guys, I'm getting out of here. I can't listen to the Yenta farm team. You know?
Yeah.
Not my thing.
What time is it?
Like, you know, I think I've listened to Angel Show maybe twice in my life.
I've been there once or twice.
Yeah, I've never been in the chat. Never, like, I jump on for a minute, I hear her voice, and I gotta go.
Yeah. Well, listen. I've been on here for a pretty long time. And so I'm telling you what he shouldn't do to make it better. I had a bad feeling about her as well. Well, yeah, dude, anybody that comes in and tries to, you know.
When she first came in, she was telling them to do an all P. Diddy show.
Yeah, I know.
Like there's 3,000 of them on fucking one more. Why would he go there? Why would he do that? She seems like she's into like I don't know how a middle-aged Asian woman ends up being like a fucking into hip hop community.
Well, how do you know she's middle-aged?
Oh yeah, because she made reference to it.
Oh yeah, because that's believable.
Yeah, she was something, I think Silo or something that she was close to his age.
I don't know. You know, like I said, man, people on here come in all shapes, sizes, colors, and fucking sanity levels. You know, some are fun crazy, some are funny crazy, and then some are just fucking nuts.
From what I understand, Robert Urich and Tony Silo is supposed to be making a surprise appearance at my gig this weekend. We'll see if it happens.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Like Robert Urich.
Yeah, good guy.
Good guy.
You know, I understand him. He's like, yeah, I get tired of this shit on here. You know, I reach
Yeah.
out to people. I tell people, you know, let's do this, let's grab this, and everybody flakes out. He says, so you know, I get it.
That's no, man. I like dude. He's a good dude, going through some bullshit. You know, just like everybody else.
Yeah.
So.
Left. If you want to go ahead and go to sleep, go ahead, man.
No, I don't want to go to sleep. My stepdad is going to make a surprise appearance, so there's a couple things I want to get done, so to speak.
All right, text me if you're on tonight.
Oh yeah, I plan on it.
Just shoot me
I'll
a
probably
text.
be on like not too late, like maybe like 7-8 o'clock.
All right, good. Now, if you're doing that early, I'll definitely jump on.
All right.
All right, later, bro.
Later, man. Pete, anybody else that's lurking? Take care, man. Drummond, thanks for coming on. Don't forget to hit that like button. And, you know, if you so choose, you know, hey, maybe throw a little something my way or not, whatever. Entirely up to you. I don't know. See you guys later.